then I'd be
I
like,
did though.
okay. And then I go back over to the thing and I'm like, okay, he's still talking over here.
No, you're right. I get to yapping now. It's my problem. Parabolic yapping.
We can't do anything but type. Like sometimes I want to say something because I have too many words to type, but we can't say anything.
You can though. You guys can join the stage.
I
I've
guess I
been
can raise
telling.
my hand.
Yeah, I've been telling you that. If you ever want to get on stage and talk without typing, just raise your hand and I'll bring you on stage.
Oh, it won't let you. I tried to.
Really?
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
I've got to
it's
fix it
kind of
then.
yeah, it's blocked out.
I should be able to do that. That's not right. I'll fix it by the next class. Yeah, I kind of looked. The way I thought it would play out is like you guys would be getting on stage all the time, but
Oh, you
everybody
heard
just
before.
talks in the chat. But yeah, if it's not possible, then it's my fault. I gotta fix it.
No, it's fine. It's probably for the best because I'm sure everybody feels like that sometimes, but probably at the same time. So it could be chaotic.
Yeah.
Now, this works really well. It's just from our side, sometimes there's that urge to chime in. More participatory.
Oh, it's not easy for me either. It's like 2 hours of me just talking.
On you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's easy for you.
I mean, that's true. Easier than it should be, I guess.
Yeah.
It's different though when it's, a designated time and you have
Yeah. No, I mean, I do like that I'm able to get everything off like uninterrupted, right? Because that's just, I think that'd be annoying for people to like keep getting constant interruptions going through. But like at the end, question and answer sort of thing, like, yeah, I want you guys to be able to come up on stage and.
Yeah, but you got to remember, we're not high def. Okay, so we have some restraint.
I hear you.
And hopefully a little bit of intelligence. But
yeah, the raising the hand thing probably would be pretty cool when it comes to question and answers.
Yeah.
Because you can actually have a conversation.
Yeah, I guarantee you the questions that there's people that have questions that aren't going to ask. So.
Well, I have just a snippet to emphasize what you're talking about that is so fascinating to me when you're talking about smile lines and facial and things like that. I was listening to a guy the other day who is now I can't even think of what he is, but he analyzes people. He's like for the CIA and he analyzes people. Very first thing he says in this interview, the guy says, what do you do? How do you analyze somebody that you're trying to determine whether or not they're a psychopath or what? I look at their wrinkles on their eyes and on their forehead.
Yep. If they have no wrinkles, they've been faking emotions their whole life.
That's exactly what he said.
Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
Someone who actually smiles is going to have deep eye wrinkles, forehead wrinkles. You smile with your entire face. You know what I mean?
Thank you. I've had forehead wrinkles since I was in high school. I hate it. But, after he said that, I thought, okay, I'm all right with it now.
Nah, it's true. If you see pictures of psychopaths, you'll see that. Like they will have the smile lines in their cheeks, but their eyes and their foreheads will be completely smooth.
That's actually exactly what he said. He looks for that smoothness around the eyes and the crow feet and right in the center of the forehead.
Yeah. And like I said, it's true, right? The expression that you show the most your entire life is what's stuck in your wrinkles as an old person. So like when you see somebody that looks like a grumpy, like chances are they probably are. They're not bad people, but you know what I mean? It's just grumpy, Or when you see like a grandma and she just looks like she's smiling all the time, like that this woman has had an amazing life. But for me, I think it's just a physical manifestation of your thoughts through your whole life. Yeah, because we were talking about like actual manifestation, right? How constantly having a thought in your mind that something is going to happen will eventually make that thing happen. Like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then if you do that enough, you'll actually protect that self-fulfilling prophecy, because if the day ever comes when it's not true, then you've been wrong your whole life. And that some people can't handle that, right? They rather live their whole life thinking life is shit than thinking I spent my whole life thinking life is shit and it cost me everything. But the whole smile line and frown line thing is like a physical manifestation. I can typically tell you when people are taught, like when we're having like regular conversations, even if it's not about trading, I can typically tell you how somebody trades by their conversations, by like their personality. Like you can tell the risk takers, you know, you can tell the people that are maybe too cautious. Nah, you definitely can. Just listening to how people talk.
So am I a risk taker?
I think you're cautious.
I'm both. I don't get it. I'm so
I think
cautious.
you're cautious, but I
And then,
also
man, I
think
can jump all it.
I think that you know that you're cautious, and you know that you're too cautious, and that leads you to take risks sometimes to counteract the cautiousness. Like
That's a good way of
you're actively
yeah.
trying to fight against it. Yeah.
I feel like maybe you're cautious until you go on tilt, like something didn't work out like you wanted it to. The part of you that is cautious kind of flips off because you start maybe chasing what you're going for in the first place.
Totally me. Yep.
But
Yep, that's
you
why
can
I'm here.
tell, like
That's why I'm learning.
you can tell when people are too, like you can tell when somebody's probably going to overanalyze something too much, or you can tell when somebody's probably just going to run off of emotion. Yeah. For the most part. That's why, like, sometimes when I'm talking to people and I'm like they're telling me about a trade, and I'm like, well, you know, you get a little overcome, you're scared, you don't want to take it because you're like, oh, you have this good trade, and maybe you don't feel like you can take that same trade again, and da da da. And they're like, damn, it feels like you're reading me. But that comes from sort of getting to know some of you guys, right? Like your personality types and shit like that. Like, I can tell you how my cousin is going to react to almost any situation. When I go out with my cousin, anything that happens, I can already read like a book how he's going to react to it. It's just because I know his personality. I know what his worldview is. You know what I mean? Like, I know how he looks at life. I know. So that type of stuff, I think it develops, right? You learn that type of stuff about people. If you're that type of person, or like if you're like if you've never spent a lot of time doing that type of thinking for yourself, like if you've never done like that shadow work, I think it's more difficult to see it in other people. But everybody knows, right? Your best friend comes and tells you some story, and like you know exactly what they need to do to fix their life. The easiest thing in the world, right? It's like obvious. But when you go through your last, right? Like when you go through your last experience or something that you're dealing with, it's just so foggy. Yeah, Mikey, there's a profit and loss. There's a profit and loss room. My family likes to drop their wins and their losses in there. I see you like a blank slate, Eucharist. In a good way. Like you're very teachable. Yeah, that's good. That's a good trait to have. Like I've seen you learn things and then like apply them. You know what I mean? And then I think you've seen some of the benefit that's come from it. So like you're locked in right now because of it. Nah, it's you, bro. At the end of the day, it's you. Because you can hear it, learn it, see it on 7 million videos, hear a podcast, do all of that shit. But if you don't apply it, but I appreciate it.
Well, I'm an Aquarius.
I like long walks on the beach.
I have 2 cats.
My burger's almost done. I can smell it in the background. I gotta eat. Top of the range. Right? We had a deviation out of the top of the range. Our measured move was supposed to take us to that SR flip. We missed it. Lower high. Threatening to break the 50. If we break the 50, this M pattern takes control. This measured move here is from the give me a second. I don't have it on the screen right now, but it's because I didn't want it to be a mess. Somebody was asking me about my rules when it comes to drawing patterns because you see me break wicks often, right? My standing rule is err on the most side of touches, right? The most side of touches, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches. The most side of touches without breaking bodies, right? So I could go down here and catch this last candle here, but we're breaking these 2 bodies. Right. So my rule of thumb is most touches without breaking bodies. Now, I'm not saying that's the perfect rule, but you have to have a rule when you draw a pattern so that all your patterns are the same, or else you're just going to start to get subjective. Right? You're going to start to try to make things happen that you want to see instead of looking at what's actually on the chart. But regardless, that's that move there. Let me draw the trend line just so we know where it's at. And then let me get rid of that just because it's messy as hell. And that would be that measured move.
Are we just looking for the 200 EMA on the 4-hour? It's like 64K. Like in all of July?
Well, so topside potential. This is what we were looking at yesterday. To me, it's going to come down to speed. Right. So we had our red June. We're looking for a green July. If we can make this move fast, right? And what I mean by fast is if we don't sit down here for a week or two consolidating, and we actually make that move fast, then The upmost top side target for me is 72, 72.3, right? Which would be the SR flip. That, to me, isn't the most probable. The most probable to me is probably a slow move where we reject off of 70. We go back up to that 69, 70 range, that psychological kicks in, and then we drop. The reason it's important is because on average, those July candles from the top of the July candle to the bottom of the bear market has been 37%. So if we have the slow move and we make it to 70, then that 30% drop, 37% drop brings you right into the middle of my buy zone. 43. If it goes higher, right? If it's a faster move and we end up going to like 72, 73, then that bottom moves to 45, right? Sort of in my base case range, right? 44 to 46. So the plot right now is is this going to be a green July? And just because it has been historically doesn't mean shit. But it gives us the seasonality for it, right? If this is going to be a green July, then cool. We're in at the lows, right? We've already put in that W pattern. You don't really see it right here because of the time frame, but if we go to the 1 hour, right? We've already put in that structure. This is the right side of our W right here. I can't draw these like this because my OCD will drive me crazy. But yeah. So now, just like every other W that we follow, right? Is it a type 4? Coming back to retest the break. And we know that we have our type 1 entries, our type 2 entries. Wait. Our type 1, we have our type 2 entry right there. Our type 3 would have been taken at that break. Type 4 is waiting to see if volume picks up at that break line, at that neckline. And then type 5 is waiting to buy at 65. Silly rabbits. Right, so on the macro, that's what we're looking at right now. We've seen what we need to see. We got that touch. Now, does it hold together? Yeah. If it doesn't hold together and it comes back down, are we fractaling? So one of two things. It doesn't hold this, type 4s don't come in, start to come down, right? The invalidation for this W pattern is sitting right here. But on the 4 hour, you're V-shaped, right? So on the 4 hour, you can get a drop that actually invalidates that first W, but holds golden pocket. Right? Which would in turn fractal it into something that looks more like this. Right? That ends up giving you a higher measured move. So in other words, the point is, just because this W breaks down doesn't mean we're not getting a green July. It just means you've got to watch the setup to see if it sets up on a higher time frame. And that measured move would be higher. So for me, what I'm doing personally is if we lose this neckline, then I'm lightening the load for this vector recovery. Oh, we can't see it because it's crypto. All right. Well, just trust me. This is a vector and this is a vector. All right. So if we break, where is, I'll give you a better, an hour. No, 8 hour. Nope. There we go. If we break the 50 AMA on the 6 hour, right, then I'm lightening the load and I'm looking to reallocate at either the 0.5 or golden pocket. Right? I go into a brand new type 2 sort of trade scenario. The reason that I'm not just sitting on my hands and waiting to see if it hits is because we don't know if it's a green July yet. Right? So the situation I'm trying not to get myself into is confidence that the month is going to be green. Have it come down here, it doesn't hit the 382. That's fine. We'll get a type 2 off the 5. And then it doesn't, and then we invalidate the other W, and then the golden pocket doesn't hold, and then I'm down here trying to figure out, do I exit my position or not? Or you're down here trying to figure out, should I short? So if you make the decisions at top, you can always get back into position if you see what you need to see. But if you don't see what you need to see, then you've taken a good exit. Right? You're not going crazy here at the bottom trying to figure out what you're going to do.
Cool.
All right, my food is done. I am going to go eat. I suggest everybody does the same if you haven't, because your boy is starving. I can't be alone on this. I'll be back. It's just a burger. It's not going to take me long. We come look at the market and see what we missed while we were in class. I mean, plenty of measured moves to look at. The important one really is losing the uptrend. Right? The move that gives us that loss of the uptrend, or what leads to that loss, would be if this M pattern plays out or forms. Right? You would come down, breaking that also breaks the uptrend at the same time, which is why it's not really worth drawing the pattern. But for educational purposes, this is your M pattern. That's the break of your M pattern. Right? This move of the break of the M pattern brings you down to the bottom of your bearish channel. But the break of the uptrend of this bearish channel gives you a break of that bearish channel. So the break of that bearish channel brings you down to 59 or 57.9. So if this, then that. Right? Clear case of if this, then that. That's how we trade. If the 50 breaks, M pattern forms. If the M pattern breaks, you hit the bottom of the range. If the bottom of the range doesn't hold, then your measured move kicks in. If this, then that. All right, I'll be back, yo.
What's up, guys? Anybody around? I just got done doing Yosemite National Park. It was beautiful. Those mountains are incredible. You have a very lovely country.
Peace.
What's the word, good people?
What was that?
What happened? What was what?
Is that you?
It's me. Hi. What do you mean?
Oh, I was wondering if you did a sound effect.
No, what'd you hear?
Like a jet engine.
Nah. Maybe it's just the butterflies in your stomach because I got on. Really? That's on the inside. Nobody else can hear that.
I seem to recall this little this little pep talk that you decided to change in yourself a little earlier.
Excuse me. A second. Let me make sure I got all of this shit right out here. Alright. I ate so much that I'm physically tired. Like my body's ready to shut down and go to sleep. This is digest. What are you up to?
I'm driving towards the sunset.
Just cuz, or it's on the way to somewhere you're going?
Oh yeah, no, that's. I had to go out and pick up my Pokemon cards, and then now I'm gonna go pick up some barbecue.
Sounds good. As full as I am, I could still eat some barbecue right now. Did y'all see that new video today of that couple from the other day in New York? The dude that proposed to Batgirl on top of the Empire State Building? Did y'all see the new video today?
I didn't see the new one.
They released a video of he's hanging from the stairs by one hand off of this thing, right? Holding herself by one hand, and he's sitting above her taking pictures. And she's screaming at him because the pictures suck. He's like, look, we've been here forever. This is like the 20th picture. She's like, well, then get it right. He's like, look, you're going to get tired. You're going to get tired and you're going to fall. I just thought that was hilarious. So I posted, I was like, thank this couple for making me depressed on day one and then reminding me on day two why I enjoy being single. That shit was funny. They I don't know what they got. I don't know what charges they got. I saw them walk out of court though, which means they're probably back in Russia at this point. So they go and do all of this shit, tie up, you know, helicopters and air traffic and all types of shit. And Trump lets them go, but Putin bans my last video in Russia. Which that was a joke. My last video got banned in Russia for some reason, and I can't figure out. It's the dumbest shit ever. And then they're like, you won't be able to monetize this video because it's been banned in Russia. And I'm like, oh no, you know, will I ever live without the $5.30 I get per live stream? But I was worried that it was going to be some sort of like copyright strike, but I don't think that's what it is. YouTube is notorious for telling you messed up, but not telling you why or how.
It's the same with selling platforms. And I'm sure a lot of different things. You always have that weight over you that one day you're going to go to your computer and everything's going to be gone.
I asked them what happened. Excuse me. I was talking to support and I asked them what happened. And they sent me a copy of the terms of service. My gang, I know, I read it. Which one of these 10,000 things did I do? You know? But they won't get specific.
I think it's to protect themselves legally because the selling market's the same way. If they suspend you or they terminate you, especially if they terminate you, they will not tell you why. They'll
Yeah.
just point you to the service.
Yeah, it's weird, Thomas. I mean, I'm not tripping. I just want to figure out what it is so I don't do it again. I don't want to have consecutive issues back to back with YouTube.
I find Reddit to be a good source of information. Well, you probably already use Reddit. But sometimes you can find other people who experience the same thing and get some insight.
It's funny because I immediately started thinking about everything I said during that. It's like, did I say anything about Putin? I might talk crazy sometimes, but
Was it the one that where you made the video about how Elon's taking over the world?
no, it was the last stream, not last night. Well, last night's stream, right? Not this morning stream, but the stream before that.
They all run together. So
Yeah,
you
I have
to-
no idea. I feel exactly the same way. Yeah, the only time I've ever said anything about Putin was to big him up for having all the money in the world. Nah, it's probably some sound that I played or a video that I played when I was showing something that I played is banned over there. So they banned the whole video.
Oh yeah, you were playing with your soundboard.
Yeah, could have been anything. Could have been one of those sounds comes from like a movie or some shit, you know?
Right. But why banned in Russia? So weird.
Comrade, if you're listening, I want no problems.
Maybe if you look up what Russia bans as far as YouTube content.
Oh god, that list is probably crazy long. I would imagine. Cole probably, right? Hey, he said it. I didn't say it. He's the one that said it. We gotta watch that video one day. Not the who can stop Bitcoin, although that one too, but you guys ever seen Putin's AI video? He was doing his regular weekly news thing, and somebody brought a television with a AI Putin, talk to the real Putin. That was a crazy video. Putin's just staring at AI Putin like he's gonna jump through the screen and choke him out. And then they let Putin talk and all this, and then Putin's trying to like AI Putin is trying to be like friendly with Putin and talk to him. And Putin's just got a serious face. And he goes, These are not funny jokes. He said our old leader used to try to play jokes like this. And then he just didn't say anything. The old leader got killed. So it was like there's a low-key death threat on national television. It was insane. But he was not amused by Putin, by AI Putin at all.
Because you know what? He knows what that could do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I
No, look
took
at
my bicycle out and I rolled it up to the bank ATM drive-through on it. Put cash in there.
sorry.
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I was just saying this is the video. Hold on. I'm gonna get to it.
Russia's gonna ban you again.
I'm already on the shit list. It's whatever.
Университете. Владимир Владимирович, здравствуйте. Я студент и учусь в Санкт-Петербургском государственном университете. Хочу спросить, правда ли, что у вас много двойников? И еще, как вы относитесь к тем опасностям, которые несет в нашу жизнь искусственный интеллект и нейросети? Спасибо.
Гражданин из Санкт-Петербурга
That's
не
fake Putin,
представился.
obviously.
Да. Вот я смотрю, вы можете быть на меня похожи и говорите моим голосом. Но я подумал и решил, что похожим на себя и говорить моим голосом должен только один человек. И этим человеком буду я. Вот так один из наших деятелей шутил когда-то. Вот. Но что касается искусственного интеллекта.
You see what I'm talking about? Is it just me?
Да, вот это мой первый двойник, кстати сказать.
Look at the eyes, bro.
Можете быть
Watch the
на меня
eyes.
похожи и говорите моим голосом. Но я подумал и решил, что похожим на себя и говорить моим голосом должен только один человек. И этим человеком буду я. Вот так один из наших
He
деятелей.
just shit himself a little bit, that guy, the bald guy.
Вот. Но что касается искусственного интеллекта. Да, вот это мой первый двойник, кстати сказать.
Spooky. You get crazy eyes like that from somebody that could disappear you in a heartbeat. He was not impressed. He said one of our old leaders used to play games like this.
Dbloc, what made you emotionally able to disconnect from New York and like move to Florida?
Had to. Just responsibility. Needed to take care of grandma, needed to make sure things were good over here. It was difficult to do it at a distance. You know, I tried for a while, but. And then to be honest, New York City is not exactly the state I want to be trading out of. I love it, and hopefully it'll change, but not the most friendly trading environment. It's the belly of the beast, right? Like, you have to assume Legacy was going to make it as difficult as possible to trade anything but them. But that had really little to do with my decision. New York doesn't worry about mayors, man. New York is always going to be New York. New York is bigger than the leadership. We chewed up and spit out Giuliani. We'll do the same to the next guy and the guy after and the guy after. Somebody wanted a short barrel, and we were talking about this earlier. Did you short it? Like, it popped, but this is what we were worried about, right? That shit would pop. Now you're looking at a type 4. Yeah, I'll look at ENA real quick. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure you're looking on small time frames. So I'm not going to bore you with the macro, but this shit looks disgusting on bigger time frames. You're trying to set in like a type 2 here. It would get you up to that downtrend that we just looked at. Also get you up to your point of control of this entire range. Slow breaking W, bear flag that finally broke. This was nasty. All right, so type 2 on a type 2. That's what you're looking for. .5 retracement for that type 2 entry. Low breaking W, you're still running the risk of creating a bear flag here. Honestly, it looks like you got saved by your 200.
I remember this coin.
Yeah, we were playing with ENA in the beginning a lot. You got to hold that 50. And now you're just banging up and down inside your psychological range. Right? Left it, came back to it, trapped in it again. If it loses that 50, there's a slight chance it holds psychological, right? Just how it has been. But if not, you're going to invalidate that W, which is going to turn this into a bear flag, which is going to give you a move down into these vectors. So that's what you're watching for. Same fight that we had here that the Bulls won. This is what's going on right there. Right, you had your W pattern. What happened when it got to the breakout? Started bullshitting for a while, right? Which created a bearish channel. That eventually held and broke to the top side. Well, you're sort of doing the same thing here. Right? If it pops but doesn't give you the whole measured move, you're going to put in this flag. In other words, if it pops slowly, for the most part, you've already got enough touches to make that legit. So it's just going to come down to if this invalidation holds. If invalidation holds, then you can look to take out your tops, grab this top vector. If it doesn't, you're going to come back and clear these imbalances. If this, then that. You got to watch this, though, because it hasn't given you the answer yet, but it's going to soon.
Can I go next? Is there a line?
No.
Oh, can you look good deep for me?
Oh, I thought you wanted to give your TA on.
Oh. Let me help you out.
I thought you were like, that sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Let me tell you what I think is going to happen.
You missed something here.
Deep moved today, right? Somebody was saying that deep looked good.
Yeah, it moved like 16%.
I like it. It's a new segment. What did I just forgot it? I'm sorry. What were you talking about? TA with Tana.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Yes, I love it.
How to lose subscribers in an hour.
No, I like that. That's good stuff.
Well, we had some pretty hard mean reversion. Right? We took out that 200 on the 4-hour. We took out that 800 on the hourly. Rejected pretty clean off of it. You're probably fractaling into another W here. It looks like we didn't quite get the whole measured move there, which is fine. That's how it, on a strong push, you won't get the whole measured move. You'll get a retracement before the measured move, but that retracement will be the fractal, basically. And then the right side of the next W will be what gives you your measured move.
I was wondering why it didn't do the entire measured move, because you're right, it missed it by a little bit.
Yeah. But it's good. That 50 is gonna act as resistance, which gives you the opportunity for you to fractal. And then get more than just a measured move. Chances are, if you get the measured move in one swipe without getting that fractal, that's it. Like, that's probably going to be it for the move. But if market maker feels the need to build support, it's because he has a bigger move in mind. So now you're in does this fractal mode or not, right? So you want it to come down at least to the 382. 0.5 is where I would call it, right? Because you have confluence with the top of your range there. So that would just be retest of the breakout and then a continuation. And then once you get down to golden pocket, you're already starting to get a little sketchy. At this point, you'd have to consider that was just mean reversion. Did you TP?
Yeah,
Nice.
a little under the 800 because I was away, but yeah, and it's all spot, so
Good.
I made like $70 just from
Yeah.
spot.
Now you can try to compound that if you actually get this hit, right?
Exactly. That's exactly right. And
Because what I'm looking for, go ahead.
Oh, well, so that entire like way down, it just looked so aggressive. So I don't know. I'm following a couple of big wallets that I found off Deck Screener that are millionaires, and it's just a Sui and Dbloc wallet that it is, and they actively bought that entire push, just 10,000 Sui at a time, 20,000 Sui at a time,
Yeah.
until they have like 35,000 Sui left and 800.
They just took her out. She knows too much. Tana. Yeah, GG's. They got her. Well, I'll explain what I'm looking for when I'm coming into this next month, but wait for her to get back because it has something to do with why I think her deep play might play out. Nice solo. If y'all aren't in the Discord, y'all missed a good class today. Such a crazy story. Yeah, I've got to post today's class, though. Let me do that now. All right, I just opened up the chapter 10 classroom too. And today's video's in there. Oh, actually, it's chapter 11. Wait, what did I do here? Oh, okay. Yeah. Chapter 10 was the target acquisition, the risk management. Got it. Got it. So that should be chapter 11. I think it'll get pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. That's what I think. I think it'll probably be one of the bullish catalysts that comes in after our bull market starts. Yeah, there's tons of content to catch up on, bro. Tons. And this is just the first semester, so all of this is going to get redone. And then there'll be additions every semester. But I want to redo them. There's a couple that I know I want to redo for sure, just to polish them up. The uptrend isn't playing around. At this point, the horizontal matters more than anything else. So it's kind of a moot point. Yeah, this shit doesn't. Washington moves so slow.
Good evening, D. What's going on, bud?
Chilling, just going over through some research and stuff. What are you up to?
I was just thinking, I know you always say with the indicators, you want to know what causes the indicator to signal or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And the manipulation X is on the, whatever, Fu Manchu or Market Cypher. Is that, what's going on to signal that? I was wondering if it was a gap in the order book or if it was just certain price movement
The what
or
exactly? I missed the first part.
the manipulation X's.
Oh, yeah. It's an abnormal amount of money coming in, and I believe it's with the. Hold on, let me double check so I'm not speaking out of school because I know there's a ATM and there's a EMA involved. Hold on. I know it shows abnormal whale movement, but I don't want to butcher exactly what triggers it.
Well, more to the point, while you're looking at that, I was thinking that maybe with with the book you have on, if there was a way to make like an outline or something to flash, if there was somehow, one side of the book was really thin, so like almost like a warning or something to make you aware.
It's hard to
Of
get that level
this.
2 data on TradingView. That's why we always have to look at the book on another. We can look at the tape, right? But to get the level 2 data to see how thick the book is, you like TradingView doesn't. There's no. I've tried already. I tried. I thought I was gonna be able to make my own level 2, level 3 data for TradingView, but it's impossible. So it would have to be web based. I mean, not impossible. You just can't do it on an indicator. TradingView.
Okay, yeah, no, I was always trying to throw my suggestions in the suggestion box.
Yeah,
It would
no,
be
for
dope
sure.
if you have the depth of order book. You know how on Kiwataka it has all the bars on the side and it'll show you. It would be dope if you can have that next to your whatever your book.
All right, I know this part. It's just you. I need to. I'll go look into the code for a second to figure out what number on the RSI it is exactly and what oscillator number it is. But it's basically it pops up when there's sudden liquidity grabs or stop loss triggers, like really quick big money coming in. Price divergences from expected momentum bands. That's the. I think it's the 50, but I can't remember for sure on what time frame. Anomalous price volume, indicating layering, spoofing, fast institutional trades. Disconnects between trader sentiment, meaning volume, money flow, and price trends. And so volume's up, money flows up, but price is dropping. That type of shit. Just lets you know that price isn't moving naturally.
No doubt. And offhand, you don't have to do the research, but if you know offhand, the Fu Manchu has that big yellow indicator, like a buy. I guess it's a buy signal or something. I was wondering if you knew if that was, what was the cause of that trigger.
A yellow one?
But, yeah, it's on Fu Manchu.
Oh, it's on the bottom one, the one that's the oscillator. The gold
yes.
dot. That's the remember BitBoy going crazy over the gold dot. It has to do when there's an anchor wave, but there's also a divergence. So when you set an anchor, when you set that anchor wave, and then you get that trigger wave, and then I believe there has to be a divergence to get you the big yellow dot. I turn those things off. BitBoy used to go crazy about those dots. Nah, let me check right now to see if they've gotten back to me. I checked yesterday and I hadn't heard anything from TradingView. I'm about to just re-release them and just not add the part, just not add the YouTube name and see if that does it, but support hasn't told me shit. Let me check to see if they messaged today. Nothing there. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna re-release them, bro. I mean, the worst they could do is ban me twice, right? Or not ban me, but remove the indicators. I know what it was. At least they told me. Like, they're like, yeah, you can't promote channels or other sites. It's like, I'm like, come watch the Bitcoin chart at our YouTube channel. And TradingView is like, no, they're going to sit right here and they're going to watch their Bitcoin chart right here. You think you are, but my bad. You got it. Oh, wait, they did respond to me. Hold on. Hi, most authors are not aware of the rules until their first moderation, so if it's any consolation, you're not alone. Learn more about script publication, blah, blah, blah. As mentioned, you received scripts violating house rules are hidden and cannot be changed or removed. They have a red background and are no longer visible to the community. Only moderators can see them. You may republish a new compliant script description if you wish. Before doing so, please make sure you understand and abide by the house rules. You still haven't told me exactly what I did wrong, but I figured it out because I found that section. I found that section that specifically said you can't, you basically can't shill anything. Yeah, I look at Ada. And then I gotta go give Dbloc her pills. I'm starting to hope Tana didn't crash. Wait, where's Ada USDT? Who do you think you are, Cardano? Hmm? Hmm? I did an entire breakdown of ENA for you, brother. Or for whoever it was that asked first. Damn. You see that, right? I just noticed. I just noticed where Cardano's bear market low is from last cycle. Like what? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it looks good. That's a hard hit, bro. That's a hard hit down into macro support with the news of the Charles being upset with the team and all that shit that happened. But as far as what it looks like, you know, it looks like you got some ground to make up. I mean, you're not gonna take out highs or anything, but at least in my opinion. But a little ride to like 1850. I mean, shit. You want to see this build structure though. Like this is crazy. You can't keep doing this. You had your first W, which is cool. But remember what we said about hitting a measured move without fractaling into another W? It's a little sketchy. This magnet is going to be the death of me.
You know, if you have the magnet on it and you hold control, it negates it.
Yeah, I'm never gonna wrap my head around shortcuts, bro. Like I used to keep a list next to the desk on me, with me. For some reason, my brain cannot. Control Z is the only one I can hold in my mind. But what's cool about this Stream Deck is I just put a bunch of them shits on the Stream Deck. I need to finish. I need to finish my trading view section. But you can map all of these. You can map all of these shortcuts. That shit's gonna be fun. Yeah, if you press Control CZ, you automatically buy BNB. Yeah, I don't know how he worked that out with Windows, but bro, legit, you're like on a hope and a prayer right now. What's the news though? Because this isn't just price action, right? There's some buzz or something going on right now. Ghost. I would want this to come down. At this point, I want this to come down all the way to like support resistance. If it's gonna keep going. At that point, you can get a nice structure. Then we're talking. This thing got beat up bad. Remember we were talking about coin selection, right? Buying coins that are down, that are not down through any, like, this is the reason that this is this low is bullshit. Now, it was already getting beat up, right? But the reason it's this low is bullshit. People overreacting to Charles being upset. So, vector recovery on the macro. to if everything plays out. And give me a second. Right after this, we'll go to Bitcoin so you can see what I mean by if everything plays out. But if everything plays out, 50% of that vector. Oh, 20 cents flat. Something like that. Damn, this double bottom is diabolical. You see that thing? That isn't the bear market bottom. This is the bear market bottom. So I have this in the wrong spot. But that double bottom is nasty. Yeah. Unless there's some sort of buzz that I'm missing. Right? Technically. Makes sense. But again, if this works out, by this, I mean our July setup. Right? We know we already went through the whole June macro lows. Right? And we know that July should be green historically, seasonally, right? So for a second, let's assume that it is green. If it is green, then I'm looking for a rejection off of 70. Unless we get really fast movement. What I mean is like, unless we get a parabolic candle, I'm looking for 70, 69, 70. If it's fast, we can go higher. If it's fast, we can probably do 72, 73, in my opinion. Right, so that's a full fib extension from the bottom. Right, your 6618 is 6919. The hardest part of this move is going to be getting through these SRs. Right, slowly building, coming back, holding, taking the next level, holding, taking the next level, holding. The top part of this move won't be hard. The top part of this move will be like FOMO induced. Now, how do we know that we're not getting a green July? Right? It's going to be one of the first signs. Well, the first sign is going to be if we lose 6063. If I'm not mistaken, is our 50 EMA. All right, I'm right. 6063. Or 6064, 6063. 50 EMA on the 4 hour. If we lose that, we're going to come down to the point of control. Point of control is sitting right here at 58.5. If we lose point of control, we're going to see value area low, 58.4. We lose value area low, my hope for a green July is done. If we take out those bottoms, we're going to capitulate, in my opinion. So what we're doing right now is that we're still at the bottom 1/4, right, of a move that I think we're getting. And we're trying to see if we're establishing a structure to continue. I don't want to decide up here that July is going to be bullish. I'd rather take the risk here, protect myself with tight stops, watch my invalidations, and trust the seasonality of it. So far, so good, right? It's not much of a stretch. I mean, we are outperforming currently. We just have to make sure that it's not just the first couple of days of the month. Worst case scenario for bears, or for bulls, I should say, is you see us start to consolidate in here. If we start to do that, it's a wrap. That means that that uptick in global liquidity that we're seeing is going into equities and gold and Bitcoin's not getting it. Right? And eventually what you'll get is a time-based capitulation. You're not going to keep doing the 59-60 dance without people sort of giving up on the whole idea. So timing, the faster it can happen, the higher we can go. The longer it takes, the more chance of a capitulation. But July definitely has the potential to be green. Right? Don't let the bearishness of June sort of make you take your eyes off the ball. Now, wait to prove it, right? Wait until you're comfortable saying, okay, looks like it's going to be a long-term swing. Don't just run it off of what I'm saying. But because of that, you should have this chart drawn up. And you should have your invalidations, what you consider to be invalidations, the point on the chart that you don't want to get past without buying some, the point of the chart that you don't want to get past without selling some. Right? And then sit there and do actual technical analysis on Bitcoin until you figure out, your comfortability level to either get in or say that it's going to keep going down. For me, it's going to come down to this. Every fib level we go up, my confidence goes up that this is going to continue. Right? Just like we saw today in class, what Jesse said, right? As long as you're in an uptrend, you're in an uptrend. You don't fight it. But if you're not tracking the uptrend, then how do you know when you're no longer on the uptrend? And so you got to have your targets. So for me, my targets are my 618s. My level of confidence and conviction will go up as we pass them either to the top side or to the bottom. Yeah, gold's starting to tick up. Gold and bonds, which is kind of weird. If you look at this like it's a 5-minute chart, right, then we've come down to a high level of support. If you look at this whole VPVR, I hate that it's down here. It really should not be down here, and I hate that. I don't know why it does that. There's no way in hell that there were more transactions down at the bottom than there were in this range. For some reason, it always defaults to that. But I mean, who am I? I'm telling the indicator it's wrong. But yeah, see? There's something wrong with that. Nah, I'm good with my cool mint. I need like some sort of menthol substitute. Well, the best I could do to show you what I mean is this. right? Point of control running through the highest consolidation range that we've had in Bitcoin history, coming down to the bottom of the range. So popping up to hit that point of control again, in my opinion, isn't crazy work. Like that's just logical, right? Even as high, like I said, as 73, depending on the speed, because that would be a retest of the flag. Okay, so if the speed and the momentum isn't there, we retest that point of control and we capitulate. If it happens quicker and there's enough speed and momentum and velocity, then we retest and capitulate. That's sort of what I'm looking for. Right now, we have to respect the horizontals inside of this flag, though. Give you all my areas of interest here that are still above us. Bodies of these candles. Which actually you can spread all the way back. Right? All the way back to this candle. But we'll keep it to the body. So that's one of my lines of concern, which is why my first move up, this move here that we're looking at, is to 65. I mean to 70, sorry. So first stop though is 65. The bodies of those. The hit at 70. That's not what I wanted to do. That vector on the weekly. Right, rejection before 70, that doesn't quite get there, 69-ish area. 50% of that vector is sitting right at 68.4. Right, so it's either this SR flip or 50% of that vector. Now, this is if it plays out bullish the way I'm expecting, right? It could also be a lot worse than that. Like, it could literally just come up to this old SR right here and not pass, right? Right at 63. So there's definitely levels to watch, both on the way up and the way down. Right? So either we are getting that June low that's going to lead to a green July, which we're already seeing. And that green July will take us up either to that SR flip, which is also the 50 EMA, right? 65. The bearish case would be 63.3, and the bullish case would be 68.5. Right? So bull, bear, base. And it comes down to speed. Like I said, the longer we're down here, you can start to remove, in my opinion, some of the top targets. That makes sense. A massive order block sitting right at this base case. Rejection off of 70. No, I do think that it can retest the top of the range. I mean, I'm sorry, not the top of the range. I think it can retest the breakout of its flag. Right? That's still a possibility. But I think the more probable are going to be this ranges here. And then continuation of the pattern down to the market lows. What's wrong with this measured move? Oh, shit, there's nothing wrong with it. So that's how I'm playing it. Right, and the reason that I'm looking at it so closely is because if this is going to be a green month, right, then I'd like to catch it from the lows. Both my bull case and my base case are sitting inside of order blocks here. No, it could go to that flag and still play out exactly the same. Remember how we looked, the math that we were doing, right? So there's typically a 37% drop from the top of the June candle down to the bottom of the bull market. So if we were to get that 63, which is the lowest one that I was expecting, if we were to get that 63, then you'd be looking at, 40K. If it was to go up and retest the bottom of this flag, draw the flag out. If it was to go retest the top of that flag and reject, and again, this isn't a perfect science, right? This is just giving you a range that would be historically accurate. Then you'd be looking at 41. So it doesn't make that big of a difference. To lose out on some of the bigger numbers, you would have to literally go to like 80K, 82K. And then even then, we're still sort of, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me just woosah and get rid of that. All right. So even if we went all the way up to 72, you're still looking at 55. If you decide to sit this month out because you want lower, that's cool. But just don't, if it does start to go, right, and we do start to get a little relief for July, just try not to FOMO in. You know what I mean? Just like keep that same sideline energy until it's done. All right, you're welcome, bro. Anytime. What indicator is which one, Austin? Everything on this page is hand drawn. Oh, that's just my visible profile, my fixed range visible profile. It just looks different because I've got all the volume bars shut off. Mm. What I wanted to show here is, so you know, we got these two volume ranges or value areas, right? And then price moves to the next value area or the next fair value. So when you hear people talk about fair value gaps, this is what they're talking about. Right? You've got an area of fair value here, and you've got an area of fair value here. So this whole thing is where market maker plays. Then you've got your next area where people have agreed there's a fair value to trade Bitcoin. And then the space in between is the gap. Those gaps get tested. The reason we don't concentrate on fair value gaps a lot is because we already concentrate on vector gaps. And vector gaps are the most powerful fair value gaps. So it's like, it's redundant to teach both of them. But it's the whole ice cream truck analogy that I always use. Right? Like you're driving up and down the blocks and you're selling ice cream, and they're willing to buy ice cream for 60,800 here, and then down the block it's 58. And then you hear that they're buying for 60, so you drive back to that neighborhood, and then nobody else wants, so you come back down to the 58 neighborhood. And you keep doing that and just selling everybody ice cream because everybody agrees that inside of this price, right, it's a fair value for that ice cream between 68 and 50. Until you break out of that range. When you break out of that range, you hear, hey, down the block, there's somebody who wants to buy ice cream for 62.4. And so market maker leaves this range that they were eating in very comfortably to go chase that signal at 62.4. And then it dies down. 2 or 3 people were willing to pay that much because they had munchies or some shit. And then all of a sudden now you're not making as much transactions. You're not as volatile. There's not as much participation as there was down here. And you can't find a large amount of people who want ice cream at 61.5 to 62.4. So then you have to drive back through that gap between the two neighborhoods that you found customers at. You drove through this neighborhood so fast because you heard somebody wanted for 62.4 that you didn't even stop to bother to check if anybody wanted 606, 607, 608, 609. So when these guys are done buying and they don't want any more of your ice cream, then you come back like, hey, my bad, guys. I didn't mean to drive through here so quick. Anybody want anything? Right? And if you can't find any buys before you get to the old edge of the old neighborhood or the value area, then market maker will go back to the stomping grounds that he was able to sell tons of ice cream at. Back to that neighborhood that was full of kids with money. Right? Even though he's selling them for less, he's selling more of them. And now I've got the munchies. That backfired hardcore. Not good, y'all. And my
Sell you
mouse
some ice cream
died.
for 68 too.
Sure you would. You'd probably drive to my house and bring me some ice cream for 68 too. Shit, I would too.
Well, I mean, probably.
I will fly. How do you want it? You tell me how you want me to show up. All right, I've got my keyboard is dead right now, so I've got to clean this shit up by hand, unfortunately.
Speaking of dead devices,
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you like crash or what?
my phone completely died. And the barbecue place that I was at was the wrong restaurant. And so I go up there and I'm like, hey, you have an order for Tana? And they were like, no. And then they offered me their charger, but it wasn't a fast charger, so I couldn't confirm. And I was like, you know what? I think it was the other barbecue place. And they were like, oh, this happens all the time. I was like, dang it, man. So I missed the rest of your TA on deep. Uh, the last part I remember was that you were thinking of like a vector. No, um, uh, what fractal
I'll pull it up, but
play.
you got to give me a second though, because I got to go do something real quick.
Okay. I'm just gonna eat this cheesecake while I wait. It's red velvet cheesecake here with the whipped cream.
All right, I really need to get something to munch on now. I'll be right back. Let me go see what I got in the fridge.
Oh my god. You know what would pair well with this is a cup of coffee. Dbloc, are you watching a Diane Keaton movie?
No, but she does look like Diane Keaton. You know, she's the world's leading neuroscientist.
I don't doubt it. She's a woman after all. Oh, I've seen this episode. That guy's cool. He's like holding a brain in the nervous system or the spinal cord. The most recent one with the older gentleman that was like English, I think. He was like 80 something years old. I don't know if you saw that one. That one was really interesting. He's like, don't invest in any US stocks right now.
Back, y'all. I ordered food at midnight because of y'all. Just throwing it out there.
That directed at me?
I mean, hit dog hollers.
You said an hour and a half ago that you were so full
I
that you could
was.
go to
I
sleep.
was. I was. And you didn't
Well, your
take that into
metabolism is
consideration
huge.
at all.
You must go to the bathroom a lot, Dbloc, because your metabolism is through the roof.
Nah, I don't know where it goes, to be honest with you. I could eat though.
Yeah. So can my girl. She's 7'1", or I mean 6'1". Sorry,
Jesus
6'1".
Christ. I was about to
No,
say,
no,
holy
no,
shit.
no. Well, she's 6'7" or 6'6", something like that.
6'7" with heels.
With them Doc Martin platform boots. I have to step on like our little footstool thing. Welcome home, baby. Hold on. Up here. You know what though? We're the same height when we lay down.
I don't know. I'm gonna wait to start dating again 2027. This year is burnt, fellas. If you're not willing to climb the top of the Empire State Building and drop a ring, you might as well just bow out, gang. The bar has been set.
You know Shania Twain, that don't impress me much song?
Yeah. No, that shit is crazy though.
Yeah, for sure.
That shit is crazy.
Did
That
they both go to
whole yeah, they both went to jail. that that whole concept of a grand gesture is kind of like lost. Their proposals are like you just turn at somebody on the couch and be like, hey, so you like want to do this forever? Like, yeah, cool, all right. We'll make some plans or something.
Some people don't like surprises.
Nah, screw that. Everybody says that, but it's bullshit. Everybody says it, and you don't. You don't like the anticipation of surprises. But after you get the surprise, it's like, oh, that's cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you something, but I forgot what it was. Oh, they did you see PlayStation's announcement?
About what? GTA?
No, they're not gonna make discs anymore. No more physical discs.
Saw that coming. Yeah.
2028, I think.
That's for PlayStation, not all consoles.
Right. Yeah, I said PlayStation only.
I imagine eventually it'll probably be all consoles. Like if you think about it, right? Like that's their only overhead now. Like once you make the game, you're just selling unlimited digital versions. Like there's no cost after the game is done. There's literally no cost. So by like removing the physical printing of the disc and actual, acquiring the disc and all of that shit, you're saving tons of money.
Yeah, but you got collectors out there that.
No, I feel you. I was the same way. I used to hate that. I was one of the people that used to read the whole like the booklet on the CDs and shit. Like I liked reading through that shit. My
Yeah.
favorite was reading the like thank yous in the back. You know, like the shout outs and stuff like that. Like, oh, this person knows this person. Okay, I see. I was just
Yeah.
nosy as hell. But now it's like you don't get, now you get a stream and a picture.
Yeah. I miss the manuals. So when I started collecting retro video games again, I like that it comes with a whole book or a map
How
poster.
to, yeah.
Awesome.
They just baked all of that shit into the game now. Like the first chapter is basically the manual.
I guess the idea is to shift away to the newer, older kids that didn't grow up with that nostalgia of going to Toys R Us or some warehouse to rent a game. They're not going to have that nostalgia driving them to buy things. There's enough video games out there for cloud gaming to last you a lifetime.
Yeah. Let's be real. This next generation's cooked. So
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to Social Security very much. Although they're making like what they make 3 full-time salaries because of AI. Right? They figured it out. But demand might go up. Supply and demand. But if I think about like Nintendo, like NES games, there's not a lot of people buying those.
nah, there's tons of them. Like that's the problem, that they make so many of them that it's not like shit has to get super old before it gets rare. It's like, hey, I saved the newspaper from when the planes hit the tower, and look, I have it in perfect condition. Like, yeah, so did 10 billion other people on the planet.
Hey, I hear the same question and statement for that event is where were you? And never forget. Those are the two that I assimilate with that.
Where is Oh, my driver is picking up my order.
What did you get? Cheesecake Factory?
No, I got some pizza. I know that had nothing to do with what we were talking about. But I got some tiramisu and a couple cannolis.
I
The
hope your
only reason I
tiramisu.
got the pizza was because I felt like a fat ass just ordering dessert, and I didn't want to be judged by the Uber driver.
You would not. And pizza will keep anyway. Put that bad boy in the fridge.
Fridge. That shit
Yeah,
is
cold pizza.
gone. Nah, I can't. See, that
Oh.
would be fake of me. I've never been a liar. So now I have to eat the pizza. It's all good. I'll take one for the team. Look, I'm just fat and I'm tired of hiding it, okay? How about that? I didn't have a cheat day this week. I started talking about ice cream, and you came in talking about cheesecake. And I had a moment of weakness. And it is what it is. Stop kink shaming me.
No one's shaming you. Who's talking? Oh, chat?
No, I'm just crashing out for no reason. Now, I lie to myself and I say, as long as I stand up, right, and I'm getting some exercise before I go in. Sure. You see him, right, Limitless? Trying to body shame me.
How many times have you received a notice that there was a data breach at some place that you're somewhere a part of, and then they offer you that 24-hour free identification fraud stuff?
Yeah, I get those all the time. I also get somebody's trying to break into your Venmo. I haven't used Venmo in 15 years. Like, good luck. I've had it. But yeah, that's the big one, right? And you're like, oh no, really? Yeah. Here, sign into this portal. Let's make sure that I need to make sure you're you so I can tell you what's going on. Bro, you know how nasty it's getting now? Before, you actually had to like pay somebody to build you a portal that looked like the page, right? That looked like the Venmo page and it was legit and even had the Venmo name, and you would spoof the address and all that bullshit. And now, like, AI can literally like whip that up for you. You can't trust anything now. I automatically, if I get a call from somebody and it's actually something that I use, I automatically hang up and then call them. Like, directly call a line that I know is them and be like, hey, what's going on? Now I'm getting calls that A, B, and C, and they'll be like, nah, that's a scam. Be like, all right, but I'm never going to talk to the person that originally calls me and tells me about an issue. Does that make sense? Like, I'm just going to go above their head. And if there's a problem with Coinbase, then Coinbase will tell me when I call, you know?
Yeah, but they actually were able to, I don't know if they did it to you, but they actually did try to spend money on my Coinbase card. They just were not guessing the security code correctly or the expiration date. I think it was the expiration date. But I've seen charges on my thing. And
Oh, well, then you might want to look into that. It might be a real one.
No, this was last year. No, I changed it. I locked that card and I got a new card. But that was nuts.
You were doing a lot of DeFi shit at that time too, though, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably where you might have. Oh, okay. I was about to say that might have been where you got exposed.
Well, I mean, I get spot with Coinbase and then I just send it off to my wallets. That's crazy that they can get that. That's not good.
It's not.
You would think it would be wherever the wallets are or whatever DEX I'm, hanging out with or something. But to like get my Coinbase debit card number, all digits, and then that's crazy. But then mess up on the expiration date. I guess you could get 2, but not all 3 things, or wild.
You probably only get a certain amount of tries too. I'm guessing that the expiration date trials are probably small, like the amount of attempts. I don't know, man. I look at the world like everything's a scam, so I try not to,
Yeah, I try to keep up with the scams by watching Pierogi. He teaches me everything.
People tell me, like, people call me and they DM me whenever things happen because they're trying to figure out how to get their money back and stuff. So I hear about a lot of them. There's not many new ones. The newest one, the latest one that I felt like I ever had to warn people about was the so they're using AI basically, and they'll open up a bunch of accounts, and then they'll target accounts that have the same last four numbers, same first four and last four. We've gotten so used to when we do transactions to just check the first four numbers, the last four numbers, to see if it matches on the account. But they're starting to use accounts and then now use AI to target wallets that have the same four and the last four. So you can't do that anymore. You've got to open that transaction up and you've got to look at your entire account. Make sure that you're really sending it to where you think you're sending it.
Sometimes I think the transactions aren't written like right, you know? Like the
Maybe.
transaction should match whatever merchant you bought from, and sometimes it doesn't. So all you could do is really just match the amount that was charged with the invoice.
It depends because some of it goes to like parent companies and shit. So it won't even have the same name as.
Exactly.
Yeah. But that's just the way they do business. That's just how they have their business set up. It's dumb.
Well, I can't imagine it hanging up here for hours just to come down. No.
Nah, consolidating at the top is a sign of strength. But like I said, this move has to be relatively fast. Like we can't do days and days on end. It's too easy to kill this sentiment. We need to get some distance from 60. But we'll see. Oh, another not scam. But hopefully everybody knows about this. But it just happened to my neighbor, so I guess everybody doesn't know about this. Don't leave your keys by the front door. Like don't leave your car keys by the front door. You got a new vehicle. Because they're lassoing. They're using that lasso to rip the code from your keys to start your car. So they literally just grab this big wire thing and they like stand in front of your front door. And if you know how most people walk in and they put their keys in that dish on the table right by the front door, you think they're like unique or something. So they come up and they just put it by the door, put it by the window until it picks up the key fob. And then there's another device that's connected to it that's like a key fob. So it sends the signal from one to the key fob that the guy's using in the car, starts your car up, and boom, they're gone 3-4 seconds. So keep your keys in the middle of the house, as far away from the doors as possible. Or get a small Faraday cage for your keys is what people are doing now. They're starting to sell them on like Amazon. Yeah, exactly. They got little pouches, but you got to test them too because I saw a thing they bought like 4 or 5 of these pouches, and only 3 of them actually worked. Like a bunch of them were just fake. Yeah, they'll take it right through the door. Yep. Dixie moved because of non-farm payrolls. It just had no effect on Bitcoin at all. Yeah, you're never so like. Listen, if somebody wants to get you, they're gonna get you. Right? If you become such a target that like some of these big hacking groups and shit want you dead, you're not. There's nothing you could do for the most part, unless you've got like experience. But the point is, make it hard for the dumb criminals, right? Like make it hard for the criminals that are just Googling how do I steal a car and then buying the shit off of Amazon and coming up to your house. Like these aren't criminal experts, you know? They're just sort of following the trends.
Yeah, they tried sending me a new message to see if my number was still active because I had my phone is on permanent focus mode or do not disturb mode. I think it opens up for a half an hour a day. I get all my notifications. But yeah, I got some random text. It was like, I wish I could remember it. It wasn't like the first one that got me. The first one that got me, this lady, I thought lady anyway, was in Beverly Hills and was like, "Hey, when are you coming over to the barbecue?" And it was like, "Hey, Ashley," and I was like, "I'm not Ashley." And they're like, "Oh, well, you can come to our barbecue anyway."
First of all, you sound desperate, ma'am. I am not going to
felt
your
so
desperate barbecue.
It was different. It was like, it was super sincere the way it was written. There was no grammar mistakes. It wasn't obvious. And I hadn't heard of that one yet. The wrong number one. Sold my number.
Yep. So Dixie and US 30, right? Inverse correlation. That drop on Dixie today is a direct response to the US 30 going up. US 30 going up is a direct response to non-farm payroll coming out. Non-farm payroll was forecasted at 114K and came through down 57.
Oh, that's not good.
Mm-hmm. So the previous was 129.
Wow. Farm employment.
Which was
non-farm.
non-farm employment. That's basically everybody, right? Revised from 1.7. Yo, the way that they lie though. Like, look at this revision. That's 50,000 jobs. That's not like 10,000 jobs. And it's everybody. Well, this is a proper revision. This is what revisions should look like. Right? Unemployment rate 6.2 revised from 6.3. Not 129,000 jobs revised from 172,000 jobs. They're gonna cook the books, man. I said it on the first FOMC meeting. Right? When he says we're gonna look at the math on how things are calculated and we're also giving out less information to you guys, they're cooking the books. They're blinding us and they're cooking the books. Their big answer is to remove food and gas from inflation readings. No. It's just the numbers are wrong, right? If you remove what people pay for food and gasoline, then the economy looks great. Like, yeah, I'm sure it does. And food and gas are kind of important. I mean, to like people, you know, you're human. So we're gonna get a lot of funny business. This month we decided not to count shelter and utilities. This month we're not counting food and oil. This month we're not counting this and this, and then magically every month everything's good, right? Numbers look great. It's just food and gas, bro. You know, we need to stop using these old ass measurements to figure out the health of the economy, like how much is food and gasoline. The end of the bear is going to happen no matter what. things are just lining up to where we should be getting a bit of a recovery as the bear ends. But inflation didn't cause the bear market, and it can't finish it. Right? If it didn't start it, it can't end it. The cycle's going to play out no matter what. What we have to pay attention to are all these other things lining up to where when we do get to the bottom, that we've got some bullish catalysts at our back, right? So that we got a good wind. And so far it is a 60-day peace deal. Leaves us somewhere in August, right? This once they get to the end of the 60, and let's say they sign it, leaves us somewhere in August. The Navy said that it's going to take them 2 weeks to a month to locate and identify all the mines, and then another month to get rid of them. So at that point, we're September, October. Right. So if everything goes as planned and we actually get some peace, which I'm not convinced of, but if everything goes as planned, timing wise, the first tankers should be leaving the strait full of oil as our bull market is starting. So like all of these and like clarity, right? You're not going to get clarity before midterms. These people about to go start, they're about to go start campaigning for midterms. And they're not about to make decision on clarity and effect. So all of that's going to get pushed, which means October, November, while we're already in our bull market, we'll be talking about Clarity Act. Right? At that time, we'll be talking about peace actually, helping bring down inflation because of oil costs. So all of the catalysts that we've been told during this bear market, we're going to end the bear market, right, won't even come to pass until the bear market's already done anyways. Washington moves too slowly. That's why I never got excited about the idea. The war thing is weird to me too. Like the amount of people that think that if those ships get to moving, then all of a sudden we're back in a bull market. Like we were going into this bear market before the war even started. We were already in the bear market. Literally, the only thing this bear market did, the only thing this war did for the bear market was give us this extension right here. We had an entire war, and the only thing it did to the cycle was take us from being, was take us from following 2022 perfectly. See how perfect we were following that on the way down? It took us from following 2022 perfectly to following 2018 perfectly. This extension knocked us into a different fractal. Kind of trippy, right? This low range is getting abusive now, though. Like, what did we do to you?
My multi-time frame stochastics are all reset except for the 4-hour. On my altcoin, I don't know, Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's kind of all over the place. 1 hour's down at the bottom, 4 hours up at the top. Daily is smack dab in the middle. It's all over the place. Nah, I think I'll always trade, bro. I enjoy it. I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe eventually if something happens and takes the fun out of it, you know? But nah, not that I can think of. And then at this point, it's like fun just to teach. Like, I mean, imagine what I'll have to teach somebody at 75. Inshallah, if I make it there. Oh, willing. I don't know. This 4 hour could come down. I mean, that would be the most bearish idea here. If that 1 hour is stuck at the bottom and then the 4 hour made its way down. 4 hours been stuck for a minute. Like, look at how long the 4 hours been up here. This is an analysis that not a lot of people do, but is important. Distance at max, right? Or time at max. So for 1 day and 3 hours, we've been there, right? So like, let's see what the norm is to see if it's an anomaly or not. God. So 11 hours. One day, 3 hours. I mean, just from what we've seen so far, it tends to get stuck at top for a considerable amount of time, at least. Basically between 19 hours and day and 3 hours. So this one was a day and 3 hours exactly, basically where we're at now. So I mean, we're at the extremes, right? Not unheard of. Let me see if I can find a longer one. Yeah, we're at an extreme. This one's longer. But on average, yeah, we're at the top side of the scale of when you would start to see this 4 hour stochastic come back down. I mean, I guess it is kind of nerdy, right? Like being into like charting and shit. But I got game for that. You give me like an hour, I'll make this shit exciting. It's like, I mean, I don't know. Is it, I guess nerdy isn't really like geeky, right? Like, you got to have a passion for this shit to want to sit here and look at it all day. Same as somebody that's like hardcore into anime, or somebody that it's like a Star Wars nerd or like a Star Trek nerd, or like to them, this shit is super entertaining. You could do it all day. To somebody else who's not into it, is like, gang, what are we doing? You know what I mean? So it's like not a bad thing. We just geek out on it. Listen, the right person will understand. If they don't understand, then they're not the right person. That's all it is. I mean, it comes with it, right? Nerds, you know, they try to warn our parents back in the day with Revenge of the Nerds. That was like a freaking That was the start of the revolution right there. And all the nerds that I knew from like high school were getting to the bag. And all the quote unquote cool kids or whatever are still trying to be cool on social media and, you know. Heck, man, technology took over. I mean, it kind of is, though. Just saying it, like, say it out loud, that last sentence. It's not nerdy to understand how the whole economy is breathing. It kind of is, bro. We got to own it. I've embraced it already. Right? For the longest time, I considered myself different from the nerd community. And I've already made my peace with that. And now fully embrace my nerddom. And it makes a lot of shit make sense. Bro, standing in line for the latest Jordans and having to have every single color and knowing what game Jordan wore, what pair and what, that's some nerd shit, bro. Just because it happened to be considered cool by society at one time, that's some nerdy ass shit. Right? So whether you're like, yeah, it's like whether you're like into sneakers or into fashion or whether you're like a hip hop nerd, you know, you can hear 5 seconds of a beat and know exactly who produced it, what clique they were from, what year it came out. That's some nerd shit, bro. We just got lucky and the nerd shit that we were into was sort of considered cool, so we didn't look like nerds, you know? But if you're really going to be honest, since it's just us in here, some nerdy shit the girls just happen to like it. I guess that's the difference, right? There's nerd shit girls like, and then there's nerd shit that girls are like ill. And if you're lucky, you're into the nerd shit that girls find interesting. Or guys, whatever, if you're a girl.
Huh.
You're a nerd.
I know I am, but what are you? Wait, I know you are. Are you aware that I am rubber and you are glue? And
Bruh.
whatever you say bounces off of me and then it sticks to you.
We have got to work on your shit talk.
I think that proved your point.
Yeah.
And we're all nerds.
Yeah, a little bit.
We are all nerds. I bet every single one of us here is a nerd. Card carrying.
Pokemon card?
If you made it this far into life and you haven't found something to like geek out about, like what are you doing? You know what I mean? You gotta have some sort of passion for something. If you're lucky, it gets to be what you do for a living. Not, most people aren't that lucky, but
The average person picks sports.
Yeah.
As a spectator.
Mm-hmm.
I like crypto better.
It's the same sort of deal. That's what used to drive me crazy about the jocks. Like y'all want to, because I never liked bullies, like ever. So like the whole jock nerd thing was crazy. It's like, bro, they're nerds, right? But you could tell me where every quarterback in the NFL went to high school and what their, throwing percentage was and who they were dating in college. Like, bro, like you're no different. It's the same shit. You're just obsessed with different things.
What gets me is a lot of people who are really into sports, they act like they're in charge of what happens, like without their commentary and opinions, then
Yeah.
the games just would not even be won.
It's like same thing with Bitcoin. People try to gaslight Bitcoin into doing what they want. Like, are you trying to Jedi mind trick Bitcoin into giving you a green candle right now? Well, I can't talk shit because I 1000% believe, and nobody can take this from me, that I had a hand in the Knicks winning the championship for not watching the season or the playoffs. My sacrifice that I made to the universe pleased the gods, and the Knicks won.
Good job.
Mhm.
Also, I have seen you try to manipulate candles with your mouse
I have. I poke at it and stuff sometimes.
and draw little invisible lines,
Mhm.
swirl your mouse around. And there was the magnet phase.
That's
Magnets and
true. And the
hammers.
hammers. You see what happened. You see what we got for that, trying to manipulate Dom. You just pissed it off. It worked for a little bit, yeah.
It'll work again. It just needs to be the bull market. It has to be the right place in the bull market.
Mhm.
Yeah, where are all the images on the chart? I miss those.
It's not a joke, play type of time. Serious business going on right now. Nah, I've just been super busy. I haven't spent a lot of time sitting at the charts doing nothing. Right? Like I'm either doing TA or I'm doing like 4 other things. All those images and stuff came from a lot of bored time just staring at the chart, trying not to fall asleep.
He saw us rolling our eyes at him. So then he had to come up with a better excuse.
I felt it.
I was like looking at AI on, and then she was looking back at me, and then we looked back at you.
That's exactly what happened.
I guess we should turn on liquidations, but I don't expect to see any sort of surprise here. Well, actually, I'll take that back. Bears are being kind of aggressive here. We might have our first catalyst to. I mean, the thing is, they both are, right? So we see our visible range, right? Value area high, value area low. We know that when you're inside the visible range, the logic is that you move from high to low to high to low, which means that anybody that has their liquidation level inside of that range is a poor market participant. And they're asking to get sort of taken.
We have the pattern to get to the ones below us that are poor market participants, but we'd have to fractal the other pattern to get to the bearish market participants, right?
Yeah, you'd be able to, this W would take you to the top. And then my guess is at that point, the rejection or the move up would then make these guys get all aggressive. And then by that time, these guys have now filled back in, and then we keep doing that until the beast is satisfied.
I eyeball that wrong. I thought that we had to fractal to get up.
Nah, it should go up with one. It should. I mean, it could. I mean, the chances that it fractals before it hits the measured move, are there, but that's enough of a measured move to get it done.
Better eyeballing. Oops. Okay, so we could just hit either one right now.
We're literally smack dab 50% in the middle of a range with liquidity to both sides. Yeah. Only thing that's giving the idea of a rejection would be this high volume node. Lose the 50, fall back through the gap. At that point, you're taking these guys. Get above and hold this as support. And then our W plays out and we grab these guys. So it all basically comes down to how price reacts to this high volume node right here. You can take your price and you can scoot it. You just scoot it into the high volume node.
You
You see how
ETH.
that works? Huh? Ethereum.
If it takes the 200 MA on the 1 minute and stopped out.
Oh
So I had
my
to put
god.
it on top of it because I'm high leverage, so I have to put it like 12% under my entry in order to break even.
Don't judge me, Tana. This is what it looks like when you chart something on the 5 minute and then
I
you
think you need
try to
a
get a macro view of it.
I think you need a new chart. Dbloc. Well, I can get you one for Christmas. I can get you a new one.
There's nothing wrong with this chart. Okay? I'll have you know. First of all, this is supposed to be my spider line chart. But seeming as we're nowhere near our spider lines anymore, I thought it would be okay to actually chart on it. This is also the chart that we were looking at when I said it all comes down to the support holding, which means by 42.73, we basically already called this. Tried to get over. W was there. Resistance came in, did the bad thing. It was a wrap from there.
Yeah, I don't like looking in that area ever again.
So again, if we have that June move, that July move for Bitcoin, then we can come up into these ranges, probably just reject off the bottom of that range, if not one of these volume nodes. But everything's basically in a gap right now that it can take if Bitcoin behaves and sort of does a good thing, does the right thing. Double bottom here for ETH, right? It's a good spot for a relief rally, just in general. The seasonality of it, where we are on the chart.
Could this be a big ol' mama W?
No, I think we take out. I think we come down underneath $1,000 for ETH.
Oh, okay.
But I do think that we can create this W and play it out. This double bottom. Double bottoms are just really big W's. Only reason that we're looking at W's from 382 to golden pocket is because you can't count on a double bottom W. If you get it, great. But to sit there and count on it will get you wrecked more times than not. I don't have enough lines on this chart, so I figured I'd just add some more.
ETH is just teasing my stop loss. Goes right up to it. Backs up just a little bit.
You're short?
Yeah, well, trading coins is tricky because when it goes up, if I'm not in a trade, great. Still making USDT. But if it goes down and I'm not in a trade, I'm actually losing USDT. So that has me paranoid about it going down.
Yeah.
So I've been shorting more than longing. Is it messing with my mindscape?
That measured move would take you to like 21.8. I don't think it gets that high. I think the highest it gets is this volume node here. Basically rejecting off of this SR flip eventually. But there's still some money to be made. What's more interesting is what I think the alt can do if this happens. But again, y'all, this all comes down to if this plays out for Bitcoin.
That's what
Or setup.
The alts are kind of seeing a little bit of volume here because of that double bottom.
Yeah, because of the possibility and the seasonality of green being July being green for Bitcoin. So people are sort of premeditating that, right? But we have to make sure that that happens.
Yeah, we're all sort of manifesting it together.
Okay. Well, let's just say that the success rate of retail manifesting what they want altogether is like 0. But maybe this time.
We did it one time.
But so I'm just looking at the levels, right? As long as we keep taking these levels back, we've already taken 2 of them. As long as we keep taking these levels back, we sort of get into clear air once we get past this downtrend. But up to that point, I'll be watching retracements, right? On the 4-hour, we're still V-shaped. So if this is going to do something, then eventually we need to come down and build structure, right? We need to have something that we can actually build from. And then that can, take us up, build more structure, take us up, build more structure, take us up. And then now we're close enough to the bottom to where we're future tripping into like a long swing trade, right? Which is what we talked about in class. But we still have to watch our levels, right? So if we lose the 50 EMA here, I did this before, but your phone had died. What I was saying about deep was that I do see that move for deep, but it's going to depend on this. So if we lose the 50 EMA here, then we're going to see 60K. We're going to retest 60K again. If we retest 60K and can't hold it, then we're going to come down to the value area low, 58.4. If that doesn't hold, then my idea of a green July is going to be invalidated. Not that it still can't be green, but I'm not playing it with the size that I would if it was a bullish setup. Right?
Yeah.
So as long as we stay above, we'll go slowly invalidating these as they come down, right? We'll turn them red if they get invalidated. I wouldn't freak out about hitting a couple of them if we start to retrace now, because if we pull our fib, and we can come all the way down to that support resistance flip and catch a W there. Right? Bing bow. If that starts to falter, then I think you can start to be worried. That's also 50% of that green vector. So you got the support resistance, 50% of the green vector, the golden pocket. It's a lot of levels of confluence there. So until then, I'm long, and I'll be adding to position if we get, I'm not really too interested in taking profits. I'm still building position, longer position, right? So I'm still building position over time. I don't care about grabbing a quick move up and all that. I'm either going to catch this move for July, or I'm going to get ready for the drop and then start, getting a little bit more serious about long terms.
You said if it goes down, you're gonna get more serious, or if it goes up, you're gonna get more serious?
No, like if it goes down, then it's like right now we're still relief rally territory, whatever. If we capitulate to mid 50s, where I think we're going into that long, sort of drawn out 3-month crypto winter, where we just go sideways forever. Everybody thinks we're at the bottom, and then it finally rips the last rip, and then we're gone. At that point, it's time to focus up, right? When we get down to that level, I have to start going into research mode. I got to start looking at new projects. I got to start looking at new alts that are coming out. I got to start sort of developing my game plan for the bottom, and then buying the lows of that accumulation.
It's gonna be hard not to buy like your favorites, like everything's probably gonna pop a little bit.
I've gotten to the point where I can root for something without investing in it. Doge did that to me. I hope Doge makes it to $1 trillion. If it does, it's doing it without me, and I'm going to be okay with that. I've made peace with it. Like, it's okay to have your favorites and not risk your money on them, you know? Like, I've got like favorites that are like passion projects. I used to call them passion projects, but I'm putting money into these things. Like, you know, you can root for a team without betting on it.
Yeah, I've tried to think about how Elon would use Doge like in the future. And
I'm so done with
I
that
mean,
shit.
because he's the world's first trillionaire. He could think of something, you know?
I get it,
He
but
wants
we've been playing this game since Saturday Night Live. You know what I mean? Like, he's kept
But
us
he
on.
wasn't a
And
trillionaire yet.
in the beginning, he was just keeping us on like a string, right? But then after a while, he just straight stopped talking about it, and we just following him around like some lost puppies. Like, this man went a whole different direction. Like, he's literally putting data centers in space and shit. Yeah, he's dropped X payments finally after 4 years of waiting for this was going to be the thing to get us to $1. And then literally we just based it around fiat. Anytime he talks about crypto, he's talking about all cryptos. If Doge is ever accepted, it'll be accepted with another basket of like 50 currencies. So how does price go up? You know? And if you are going to use it for payments and you do want it to be used for tips and you do want to be used, you know, used to buy discretionary shit, then like, how does a $50 Doge help that happen? Doesn't a cheap Doge make that more possible, right? You would want to keep Doge under $1. I don't know. I gave up, yo. Y'all can call me a whatever, a traitor, a Doge army, a defector, or whatever. But I gave a lot of years to that shit. This Doge ain't loyal. I don't know how to. I don't want to. I'm just saying.
So Ripple's in a better, like, their XRP army is in a stronger position.
I think so. I mean, they still have. They're coping, just like every other army is right now. Cardano army, XRP army, Doge. Everybody's coping. Visa just came out and named the stablecoin rails that they're going to use, and they named XLM and left XRP out. And then DTCC came in and named them for it. When you go into XRP, like that day that Visa made the announcement, I went into one of these discords that I have. It was just a bunch of XRP people, and I was like, "So, how are we feeling about this? Visa? We don't need Visa. We never needed Visa." I'm like, oh, the biggest payment platform on the planet. Okay. Sounds like coping. Look, I promise you one thing. If you never let yourself get underwater in a token, you'll never find yourself in one of these armies. It only happens one of two reasons. You've got a big position, and then you're just still rooting for it to go up, right? So like everybody's like, rah rah, go team, go. Or you weren't able to take profits. You're underwater, and now you're 7 months into the bear market in a Discord with 5 people that are underwater with you. You know, posting bullish posts and asking where dev. I was so scared when you were gung ho with that Pepe community shit. And like I was never gonna like say anything because, everybody's an adult and shit. But you were in deep. You were in deep.
And there's like a head overlord vampire, and then they change other humans into vampires, and then they're a new vampire, so they crave, like, they do stupid things, I was just a new vampire.
You're just attacking civilians in public places and shit. Yeah, I know.
Indestructible. Well, I liked so back then too, like I had just come off watching Matt Kors a lot. And that was how I kind of like absorbed the market and the talk and like how you could, I don't know, just talk regular about stuff that seemed so complicated before.
Yeah.
And it's really hard for me, like with my disability, to really absorb information. It takes a lot of focus and a lot of energy, a lot of mental capacity to try to work through and focus on what that information is and then retain it. So if someone can speak normal, then it's just easier for me. Or with passion, or maybe they're angry, or maybe they're funny. Like it helps with the improv and of them teaching but being funny about it, then I can retain it better. That's why your images on the chart actually help me, because visually I could be like, oh yeah, because I'll forget. And it sucks. And then I have super time blindness. So
I get that bad. You guys have no idea. Sometimes I'm in here talking to y'all and I walk out into the living room and it's like, oh my bad. I didn't even notice. Shit. Like 7 hours.
You ever forget you're in a trade? Like an important trade?
Mm.
That happens to
I've forgotten that I took profits. Like I've woken up panicked thinking that I was still in a trade. Like I went to sleep and then you wake up and you have that split moment where you're like, oh shit, did I get out of that trade last night or did I just pass out? But I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever. Well, no, that's not true. I've been holding coins that I forgot I was holding. So I guess yeah, but it was more like long-term stuff.
I'll get into a high leverage trade, one that you really have to keep your eyes on. You know, it's just like a quick scalp or whatever, and then I'll get off the page to do something. And the second I click off the page, I completely forget I'm in the trade. I get caught up in the next thing I'm doing, and then
Okay,
then I remember.
you need another monitor.
That would be so helpful. I don't remember
That's a
right now.
rule that would help. That it would easily fix that if you never have to click off. If you got one monitor that's just dedicated to your chart, and no matter what you're doing, there's like always a constant reminder there.
That's a good solution. I need to figure out how to find space.
I bought a really cheap.
Oh, you mean like to set up your monitors? Oh, that's my shit right there. Now you're talking my language. I'll do all types of different little setups.
My desk has, those things in the supermarket? Like I have a pegboard on the back, those things in the supermarket, like they're little, what's the word for it? It's not sticks, but you hang stuff on them.
Yeah.
Rods or, yeah, I have like those all over, but like they're all around the monitor behind the desk. So there's just like the monitor poking out of a bunch of inventory. Because I have,
Nah, there's
I have a lot of
simple.
space, but I use them.
There's simple solutions, and they'll be cheap too. Like there's so much good shit now for. Gloomy said he found his happy place at 4 screens. For the longest time, I traded on one screen, and it was a laptop. I mean, for the longest time, like more than a complete cycle.
That's what I'm usually on.
Did you at least have a mouse?
I had the damn trackpad.
Yeah, me too.
I was track padding and laptop screening, and I had a billion screens behind, and I was constantly, when you need more, when you need more screens, if you find yourself constantly tabbing. And even now, honestly, bro, I could honestly fill this entire wall and find a way to still be using every screen. Right now, it's not that bad. I had to buy this screen. When I started streaming, I had to buy this monitor because I realized that my setup was perfect, but I was just about to add 2 chat boxes and you know what I mean? And an OBS.
As long as you're getting them when you need them, not just getting them to get them.
Yeah, that's just don't. We used to joke before and be like, well, you know that the amount of screens is directly proportionate to your success in trades. Like everybody knows that. It's just it's one of the most gate kept sort of edges that people don't really tell. But yeah, the amount of screens and LEDs. The more LEDs you can fit in your office and screens, the better your trades go. Nah, it doesn't. It's like, but like I said, if you're having to tab, if you're having to change screens, if you're having to take your eyes off the chart, then it does make a difference for sure.
I'll seriously consider that when I have money again.
Yeah, and you don't even have to go big. Facebook Marketplace has tons of 27-inch monitors that are just stupid cheap. Right, people are just updating their shit, and they're Another thing is Facebook Marketplace has businesses usually liquidate, like when they upgrade their shit, they'll like liquidate their monitors and these are like just work monitors, right? But the good thing about these places is if you're looking to pick up more than one monitor, all their monitors usually match. And if you're like anal about that shit like me, then that's a good place to sort of get everything all together. I've seen complete trading setups on Facebook Marketplace.
You're saying what?
Like complete trading setups, like 4-screen monitors with a computer so-called built for trading. Don't waste your money on that shit. Have you seen these guys where they make trading specific computers? It's the dumbest shit ever. All you need is a bunch of RAM. Like, honestly. And if you're going to be using shit like Bookmap and stuff like that, maybe a decent GPU, but it's not like you need to build a special machine for trading. Yo, I traded when I traded up from my laptop, I traded to a Dell Optiplex 900, some shit like that. It just had a shit ton of RAM. It could run 4 screens. You know? That's it.
Listen to my old assistant. I listened to him when he said I didn't need over 16 gigs RAM.
Nah, you need like, I would say the more the better. 32 at least. I mean, it depends, right? Like I have right now I have about 30 or 40 tabs open, which is ridiculous. I shouldn't, but I can because of that, right? So if you have like 10 trading view charts open that are constantly updating real time, you could set it. You can go to your Windows setting and set it to where charts sleep when they're not up, and that'll help. But that's the only thing that's really going to slow you down is going to be the amount of shit that you've got up when you're trying to trade. Like that's the only thing that's going to give you lag. And then, I mean, it's not like you worried about graphics, right? It's the world's worst freaking graphics.
Yeah, graphics don't. But I have 2 different browsers that are just filled with tabs. I don't know if it really helps, but it seems to help to have them split between the 2 different browsers.
I don't close my tabs because if I do, I'll forget what I was doing. And I've got like half finished shit all over the place.
Me too. That's exactly why. Plus, you can't close your trading tabs.
Yeah. Now, all jokes aside, having a nice setup in your office and a comfortable setup and a vibe, whatever your vibe is, does help. When you spend a lot of time in your office, you don't want it to feel like a punishment, you know? If you can enjoy being in your office, then that means you're liable to spend more time where you can see the screen and make decisions, and that's got to be good. Spend a lot of time in the office in front of the computer.
I pretty much live in my work office, which is where I trade. And, I'm here all day except for going to the post office. till I go home.
When I was trading on my laptop, I was trading on my laptop in the living room on a coffee table. So imagine my posture for like 4 years. Just literally hunched over this thing.
That is hard to correct too. I've been spending the last few years trying to correct bad posture.
Mm-hmm.
I do that, except I'm on the couch and the laptop gets hot as poop. But I just put a pillow on my lap to raise it a little bit. And then I trackpad it everywhere. The office is upstairs, but that's my work computer. And there's 3 monitors up there.
That sounds exactly like where you need to be trading at.
Oh. Well, I work up there. I don't want to spend more hours up there.
See?
One of those
No, I
flat
feel
desks,
that.
they have the flat hard surface, and most of the time your laptop fans are going to be on the bottom, so it's not getting any ventilation if you have it on a pillow.
I know.
You
Yeah,
need
so if
an
you get one of
adult,
those,
Tana.
It's horrible.
go to I used to be able to find them at like Goodwill and stuff, which is not cheap anymore. It used to be cheap. I don't even know, but I mean it's still pretty cheap.
I got one of my monitors from Goodwill auctions online. You could check that too if you just like don't want to go anywhere, and then they'll ship it to you, or you can see if there's one nearby you. That's what I do. I just find the distribution center that's near me, and then I just save money on shipping, and I'll just go pick it up. I think I got a 27-inch for $37. Sometimes there's a handling fee, a couple bucks, depending. But try that. I have a riser. I have a laptop riser, but it's in the closet.
Oh, that shit is doing you a lot of good in the closet. I'm telling you, you need an adult. Have you thought about getting an adult?
Somebody who has ADHD, if something's in the closet, it's like a task to get it out, because it's not just about going in the closet and getting it.
I'm completely talking shit because there's so many things that I need and I literally have in the house, and I just haven't set up or I haven't got around to like. Yeah.
Oh, an adult just came home. Dbloc hasn't been an adult. Because of that ADHD. Yeah.
Look, she's busy sometimes, okay? She needs some help as well. She can't constantly be,
Her? I think I need an adult too. That's what
Oh,
you
God. Okay, so now, okay. That's a lot of work.
We both have ADHD. Yeah, but we're a lot of fun at parties.
No, I bet.
We go to parties.
Hey, don't get beat up trying to be cute.
We got invited to a party, and I don't think we had an RSVP, and that I don't want an RSVP. If I feel like going, I just want to go.
What do you mean? You have to RSVP so people know what to get. Like they want to know, how many drinks they need to get or how much food they need to get or.
But if I RSVP, then that makes me accountable of going.
Nah, it doesn't. No, because what it means. No, look at it like this. Because I used to have the same issue. If you RSVP and don't go, what you did is you provided drinks and food for somebody who showed up uninvited. Because if you hadn't have RSVP'd, then they'd be short a plate. So technically, you're doing God's work. Listen, it's the easiest thing in the world for me to convince myself not to go somewhere. I'm like an expert at that shit.
Oh, hey, look, price action.
Kinda. Little something, something. Okay, well, I just looked it up, and adults at the moment are going pretty expensive. So you guys are going to have to wait until at least the bottom of the bear market so I can make some more money. And then I'll see what I can do about getting you guys a grown up. I talk a lot of shit though. As you can tell, I'm pretty damn childish myself. That shit happened to me the other day, bro. I hadn't touched my Xbox Series X for a while, and I turned it on, and the fan wasn't spinning, and I was like, "Oh shit, I cooked it." And if you run it for too long without the fan spinning, it just shuts off, right? Protects itself. So I took a pencil and I was like moving the fan, and that was like it was like a dust cake. You know the way it's set up, it's got those holes right at the top, so it literally just, if it's not on every day, it's literally just collecting dust on the inside of it. So I hit it with the vacuum, and then it started working right away. It's my fault though. I've been neglecting my Xbox. Yeah, exactly. It just smelled like burning lint. No. Like it literally, or maybe I know smoke does collect, but no, it was like dust. Because you could dust the house, you can clean all you want, but you're not going into the Xbox and picking up every little. And then if you don't turn it on for months at a time, that shit collects. And the cats. Don't forget the cats. The cats are that love that holds the dust together. I'll be real with you. I'm probably not playing anything until GTA comes out. And then you guys are going to lose me. No, I'm just playing. But I think I'm definitely going to have to break my no video games in the office rule when GTA comes out. I overbuilt my PC for streaming, which was dumb, but now I'm kind of glad I did because I'll be able to stream and play on the same. I'm glad they didn't drop GTA at the beginning of the bear market when it got shit accomplished. Cypher School would have been about how to get into that vault without setting off the alarms. I'm about to listen to a podcast on the infinite money glitch. Can't believe that we're still literally sitting in here. It's almost like they're trolling us, right? Like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything, but just hear me out. And like, maybe I'm tripping. But is it possible that market makers this much of a troll? Like, I aspire to this level of petty. Like when everybody's trying to figure out what the hell the market's gonna do, and they're just sitting there drinking matcha, drawing arrows on the chart, watching the stream, laughing. They're probably dying right now laughing at us. He figured it out, boss. Look, he figured it out. But nah, I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
It's a firework for the 4th of July.
What are you doing for the 4th? Am.
Okay, you did talk. My computer made you all garbly. What was that?
So what are you doing for the 4th?
Yes.
You said guess?
Yeah.
Excuse me. I just didn't know if you had any, sometimes people
No.
have like traditions and shit.
I'm working. Although, whenever I hear the fireworks, I get like that weird, like melancholy nostalgia feeling. Because I have 3 different major fireworks all around on the 4th. So I hear them all. I can walk outside and see them too. It's kind
I
of
was about to say, you don't have a spot that you can see them.
Yeah, I do. I go out for a little while and watch them.
I think I've got like some sort of barbecue or something during the day, but I'm not really doing nothing at night.
Well, when you're at the barbecue, you might be asked to do something.
Yeah, people usually go out to Bayside out here and watch the fireworks off the water. But I don't know. I've always kind of been underwhelmed. I feel like Miami's a big enough city to where we can do better with the fireworks. So it's like, oh, cool. This is how it goes every single time, right? Fireworks have been going off for a while. All right, cool. Oh, the grand finale. The grand finale should be coming, and then it just stops, and you're like, oh shit, that was it? Like that was okay. And you just kind of walk away like, or I could have just sat home.
I've seen some good grand finales. I prefer to set off fireworks.
Dubai, China, like these places do it different. You seen the drone ones that they have now? Or in India, they got those daytime fireworks with the colored powder.
Oh, there's a festival that they have.
Mm-hmm. They're starting to use those at like festivals now.
That looks like so much fun.
It's pretty cool looking. Couple shrooms probably wouldn't hurt the vibe.
They finally got me. And my Bitcoin. Oh well. If it keeps going up, that's fine.
Oh yeah.
Well, because I'm playing with coins, so It's getting value. I'm not getting coin, but I'm getting, value on the way up. What if it starts going down? After I get stopped out. It's a whole different game when you're playing with coin.
Mm-hmm.
I want to, but because we might be going up, I don't want to just sell it.
I should probably do. That's one thing that I didn't add. I should probably add. I'm gonna add that. There's a derivative section that we're doing after psychology, where I'm gonna lightly go over some leverage strategies, but I do need to add coin in there.
Yeah, coin's great in the bull
Coin
market.
margin is cool if you can get it. They don't really. Where do you trade?
Open and Mexi has
okay.
it too.
Yeah.
They actually have quite a selection. It's growing selection.
I use BitUnix now, but I don't know how to do the coin thing. I know Mike does it, Mike S. But I never learned how. I saw that there was US, or there's an M and then another one, right?
It's coin M, and then you're trading with the actual coin. So if it's going down and you're in a short, you're gaining, your coin count's going up. Or if you're not in, say you were in a short and you take profit and then it reverses, you're still gaining profit, just not coin count.
Oh, sounds almost like a
It
liquidity
go
pool.
against you also. It's what?
Oh, it sounds almost like a liquidity pool, like when you're liquidity providing.
So it's futures, but you're collateralizing your position with the same coin, right? So you settle your profits and your losses in the same crypto. So like if you open a BTC per position long with like one BTC as margin, you gain more BTC, not money. Right? You gain more coin. So it's a way to trade up your coin count. You know what I mean? Like BTC rises. Like let's say you have BTC, right? You're in a bull market and you have BTC. BTC is going up. Right. So the appreciation of your BTC is going up. If you're in a coin margin trade, your profit from that trade is also in BTC. So not only is your BTC value going up, but your BTC count's going up. So it's like you're double dipping. And then during a bear market, you would, the opposite.
The only problem is it makes me always want to be in a short because I know this big dip's coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Or just make sure that your long positions are short time frame ones,
But wouldn't that mean that you're buying on the way down at prices that are more expensive than where you could actually buy it at?
You had me till the more expensive.
Huh?
I mean, you had me until you got to it's more expensive.
Like if it's going down, then that means that you're buying it kind of, right? Like you're buying the coin at that price if you're gaining Bitcoin.
I look at it more like accumulating.
But you're accumulating at a higher price than maybe it could go, Right?
But I have more than if I wasn't.
But how do you compound with that? You could get more coin count, right? If you
trading and don't suck at trading.
The leverage is what's compounding the.
So
because you're not just holding spot. You're holding spot. Look at it like you're holding spot plus a leverage position on that Bitcoin. Right. So as it goes up, your profit in that is being added to the pile in Bitcoin, plus the entire pile is going up. It's obviously more risky than spot, right? But for people who are interested in coin count over fiat, right? They tend to favor. So like, look, like I'll give you a bull case and like a bear case. Excuse me. Um, with like a flat number, I guess, right? So like for the bull case, you buy one BTC at whatever price, 50K or whatever. And then you long BTC USD futures. Price goes up to 60K, right? So your futures profit from that one BTC is 10K. Your margin value is 60K now instead of 50. So in stablecoin gains, it'd be like 20K. And then it works inverse on the way down. I'm probably butchering that explanation, but
I was doing pretty good, but my coin count's down now. I'm recovering because the other day my power went out. And it wasn't storming or anything. My power just went out. A lot of people's did. And and then right, you know, when we dipped, that dip before we shot up, my
yeah.
internet went out as we were just starting to dip. And so I tried to get on my phone. So I had my power out. I was running everything on from my car. I hooked it up to a power inverter and was, you know, had it all set up that my mom's house working. And then I'm trying to use my phones and my phones aren't working either. So I got a glimmer of price going down. And by the time, like a half hour later, by the time I could do anything, it was too late. So then I went a little bit on tilt, trying to catch it. It was mostly me going on tilt after it happened, not missing the dip.
Yeah. Give me a
So, yeah,
second. Let
but
me see if my pizza's here. I'll be right back.
Oh, there it goes.